Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and boy, oh boy, do we have a probably action-packed episode tonight. So let's go ahead and see who we have in the chat. We have Thomas Armstrong. Hi, Thomas. Yes, my back is doing much better, thank you. Although I still have 3 things to carry downstairs, so that may change sometime this evening. We have Hardware Hacker. Yay, I made it back home just in time. Yay! I now have a Mac SE, SE FDHD, SuperDrive, and SE30. Nice. Just got back home from collecting the SE SuperDrive from an eBay seller. Ooh, those potential eBay regrets in Massachusetts. We have Jack68K. Hi, Jack. We have Callan. Hi, Callan. We have Hardware Hacker. Hi, Hardware Hacker. And a $1.99 super chat. Eat. All right. Thank you. Starting those super chats off early, we have Jack68K. Thank you for being my backup Justin streaming alarm, Hardware Hacker. Yes, nice. All right, and we have, let's see here, anyone else in the chat? We have Joe's Computer Museum. Hi, Joe. We have, let's see, and SadMac356. Hi, SadMac. Yes. So let's see here. We got the Coffee Go links in the description. And without further ado, yes. This just in.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
And we have Matt Crafter. Hi, Matt Crafter. And hi, Callan, if I did forget to say hi. Sometimes I do miss names. Oh, we have Jean-Francois Pare. Hi, Jean-Francois. All right, let's see here. And the first item we have on the table comes to us from an eBay seller in Pennsylvania. There's no mysteries here. It's a Nintendo 64. Because I opened it because the box was hardly any taller than a Nintendo 64. So we have a Nintendo 64. It is not working. Naturally. That's how we get potential regrets around here. The seller said it was for parts or repair. Let's see here. No reminders. Let's see here. I believe they said it didn't power up. So I was almost sure that the reason this doesn't power up, I'm assuming they tested it with a power adapter, although sometimes that is assuming an awful lot. I do have a power adapter on order. It has not arrived yet, so we can't actually do anything. But I was thinking that assuming they actually tried to power it up like the description seemingly indicated, I thought, oh, that's easy. Someone swiped the jumper pack or the memory expansion module. These won't power up without it. Well, and as I can clearly see, there is a jumper pack installed. So this could be the regret of the month. And I won't know it until the power adapter comes in. SadMac says, yeah, I wonder if the power supply is the problem here. I don't know if Nintendo 64s are problematic generally or not. I didn't look it up because this seemed to be a really good price. It's got a little plastic chip here, but I'm pretty sure the controller should still be able to plug in. And when I do get the power adapter, though, all right, I am jumping forward from my adventure. This is not a potential eBay regret because I got this at the arcade in Orange, Virginia, but I have GoldenEye 007 to test it with. Hardware Hacker says, too bad you aren't closer. I'd let you borrow one of mine. Thank you, Hardware Hacker. It is on the way. So, anyways, yes, I bought this from the arcade in Orange. They buy, sell, and trade vintage games. So, there we go. Shout out to 6R's Entertainment Yard for hooking me up at a good price with the 007 game for N64. I mean, this is going to look so awesome in this console when it's running, don't you think? I mean, look at that. James Bond just looking back at you as you play your games. The cartridge went in good. So anyways, all right, this could be the regret of the month. This is not the regret of the month because I'm pretty sure it'll work. And he told me there's 30-day warranty, not that he expected I'd need it. But anyways, yeah, pause the game and listen to the music. Hey, we have Retro Tech Chris. Hi, Chris. Yes, it's a Nintendo. All right, so back to the potential eBay regrets. I think to keep with the theme, I'm going to open this one here next. So this comes to us from an eBay seller in New York. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in New York. And Thomas says, just move the regret to September. Good one. Oh. It's all fine, Chris. I get text while I'm streaming, and half the time you won't get a response till after I'm done. Actually, I was a bit shocked that this item fit in this small of a box, but then again, this could be a regret. Oh, looky here. We have priority mail envelope. And another priority mail envelope. All right, probably so that I would know when I open these. Ah, yes. Ah, yes, we have one lot of Game Boy Color battery covers. And does anyone want to guess what is in the second envelope? Oh, come on. Jack's guessing color Game Boys. Sadmax says, well, that's one use of cheaper to buy the lot. Sadmax says, I'm going to guess another lot of the same. And for that correct guess, I will dump out the second lot of Game Boy Color battery covers. Because why buy one when you can buy two at twice the price? Hardware Hacker says, VIC-20. That would have been the world's saddest VIC-20. All right. So now that I have two lots of Game Boy battery covers. Oh, that is my eBay auction alert. And it looks like I have a matching. Actually, that matches pretty good with my Game Boy Color. What do you know? All right, now I got 49 more battery covers. All right, well, I got a few minutes till this auction ends. But anyways, Sadrex says, also this way you have a fighting chance at getting a color match. Anyways, I may have some of these at the swap meet on Saturday. I may also have bought these because I thought there was a chance I might start, might have creative uses for them. Like, if I were maybe repairing Game Boy Colors, or at least recapping them. Yeah, I could change colors every day of the month. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, it was kind of one of those, looking at what was in the lot, and I was like, yeah, I think these are actually legitimate, actual Nintendo parts. Some of them even still have the sticker on them. Hardware Hackers. Oh, is asking about the swap meet. All right, yes. This Sunday from 1:30 to 6 p.m. at the the Dulles Recreation and Community Center in South Reading, Virginia. Chris, correct me if I got that mixed up. I did post something on Tinker Different. There's also Facebook announcements. But there is a swap meet, the Retro Bits and Bytes swap meet. $5 admission. It is indoors, and the admission price does include a beverage. I'm presuming that's like soda or water type beverage. I probably should have asked so that I could further clarify, but it also includes a raffle ticket for a Sony Vaio vintage system. So anyways, I will copy and paste a link to the chat. Chris says it's the Dulles South Recreation Center, South Reading. Is it South Riding pronounced like riding a horse, or is it actually Reading? My dad thought it was actually Reading. South Reading, Virginia. Chris says, probably the most important part, 5 minutes from Retrotech Chris headquarters, yes. Riding like riding a horse. Okay, so it is South Riding, Virginia. All right. Matt Crafter says, I think I'm the only person in Phoenix. Oh. Uh-oh. This auction I was hoping to get for the starting price, someone's bid on it. Oh, no! Hardware Hackers asking, didn't the Vaio have an issue ejecting CDs at lethal speed? They might have. So people are probably wondering, what in the world was I trying to bid on? It's a Game Boy with a broken screen. Because I have a Game Boy that has a Gorilla glued on plastic lens, and the Gorilla Glue is all over the front of the case. And as I figured out from searching the internet, I don't think there's a way to easily remove it. So, yeah, I was, uh-oh. Well, that's, all right. I have a feeling, oh, okay, well, did I just win it? Will I regret it? You'll have to tune in to another live stream. Yeah, seriously, yeah, that I am pretty sure, given the texture of the glue, I am fairly sure that is Gorilla Glue because of the way it tried to fill in the gap. And, kind of actually made the gap for it to fill in. I'm pretty sure that's Gorilla Glue, and that is not coming off. So, anyways, yeah. Jack says, better to have 50 Game Boys than 50 VIC-20s. Well, anyways, so there we go. I have battery covers for the Game Boy. I will probably pick some of the nice ones out of various colors, and that will be one of the assorted items I will have at the swap meet. And I probably will, actually, I think I can price them fairly competitively for like $3 for the swap meet price. But yeah, I'll pick out some of the nicer ones. Don't know if they'll sell, but, well, the one nice thing is they don't take up a lot of space. So if they don't sell, well, there's other opportunities. Well, there's also something else that I bought on eBay recently, and yeah, there'll be a story about that later. In fact, we'll need to order PCBs, so there's that. Anyways, all right, I got Game Boy Color battery covers, including one that matches my Game Boy Color. And, and if anyone's wondering, yes, I ordered new battery terminals from Console 5. My Console 5 order is, still upstairs with a bunch of other parts I have to carry downstairs. But anyways, at least I have a battery cover for my Game Boy Color now. All right, yeah, it is also quite possible that at least if you're in the States, because that if you need one, I could probably hook you up, although we'll have to charge you shipping. But they're so light, I could probably ship them easily. Probably more on that, because one thing I've been tempted to do is Coffee lets you set up a coffee store. And I have some things where they're like spare parts and they're like small, lightweight things. I think I've got some keycaps for some vintage computers. So I was thinking of, yeah, there was another envelope hiding. See, there's 2 more envelopes, then I'll have to go get the last potential regret from upstairs. But anyways, that might be how I list those as well. And so stay tuned for that. Because I realize I got to be careful about I will have 50,000 emails asking for a Game Boy battery color cover. Can you autograph it and send it to me, please, if I'm not careful? Anyways, it's the life of a YouTuber. I have like 740 some subscribers, and I'll get 50,000 emails about it. It's like, okay. How did you all hear about this? And then I'll realize that, like, yeah. Autograph plus, yeah, Jack says autograph plus $25. Yeah, yeah, if you want it autographed, that's an extra $25. The sticker I'll throw in's free. If you want me to autograph the sticker, that's $50, because I'll have to find the different marker. All right, so this item comes to us from an eBay seller in Pennsylvania. Hi, Jesse. Welcome. We have I8386SX in the chat. Also known on eBay as I8486SX. Because why not upgrade your processor when you're selling on eBay? I may or may not have bought something from Jesse's eBay store recently. Thank you in advance, Jesse. All right, so this comes to us from another eBay seller in Pennsylvania. So hi again to my viewers and eBay sellers in Pennsylvania. We have a Cisco Power Brick. Because I wasn't sure if I knew anyone that might have actually had one of these kicking around they weren't using. So anyways, why do I have a Cisco Power Brick? It is so I can make a better power adapter for my Atari 520 ST than one that has like a 3-inch lead that goes to an AT power supply and that it's incredibly difficult to use because it like is weird. Anyways, DOSFox mentioned that these Cisco Power Bricks, these ones right here, make a perfect power adapter for the 520 ST. So there's the part number if anyone's curious. Input 1 amp, 5 volts at 3 amps output, 12 volts at 2 amps, and negative 12 at 0.2 amps. Max 30 watts, and this actually is... Oh, Retrofox, excuse me, yes. Hi, Retrofox. Thank you for joining and correcting me. I sometimes get usernames mixed up. And I don't mean it. And we have Trina's Technobabble. Hi, Trina. Welcome. Yes. So, Brick, does it work? Well, actually, we can actually test it because Cisco actually puts a pinout on the power brick. So anyways, I will be making a slightly better power adapter for my Atari 520 ST. One that will actually let you put a little bit of space between the power adapter and the computer so that you don't have this Borg cube hanging out right behind your computer. Because no one likes it when you think you're going to be assimilated, and then you realize it's just the AT power supply that someone crafted because their original power supply probably failed. Alright, so I believe, if I'm reading the pinout correctly, these outer two pins on the bottom here are return, and this one is going to be plus 5 volts. That... Well, let's see here. Plug. Okay, it's plugged in. I'm not reading any power on that pin. Alright, next one. Cup Bomb says I should turn some of those Game Boy Color battery covers into JDMCS business cards. Is the power on? That is actually an excellent question. Alright, so I'm going to jam the... yes, I've got it on AC mode. Oh, yeah, we definitely have AC power going into this power cord. So, yes, the power cord is definitely on. And... and it doesn't work. All right. Well, looks... Retro Fox says, odd. Those are pretty reliable bricks as far as I know. Well, this one is rattling around inside. Oh, yeah. I'm going to say that due to the seller's wonderful use of a bubble wrap envelope to ship this to me, that it's dead. If there is a fuse, it is inside the power brick. That would require me to remove the feet, which would make it evident that I was inside of it and the seller could decline my return. I don't think it should be rattling inside. Well, we have tonight's first eBay regret. Sadmax says ESD, I bet. Jack says power brick surgery. No, this is going to be called power brick return. Yeah. Trina says I would say something is wrong. Yeah, yeah, Alright, so I am going to actually go to eBay right now, because I don't want to forget to do this. Okay, I am just going to go to purchases. I'm going to scroll down to the power brick. Let me make sure I actually click the correct power brick, because I did buy a Nintendo 64 one. Alright, I am clearly looking at the Cisco power brick. I am going to go to more actions. I am going to go to return this item. I am going to return this item because item is damaged or defective. Damaged or defective. All right. All right, I'm going to put a poll in the chat because I am trying to figure out if you were returning this item, would you return it as, is it defective or is it damaged? Was it working on the listing? Ah, that is a good question. Let's go look at the listing. Because if it says it was working on the listing, then... But it's rattling, which kind of indicates that it might be damaged. All right, they listed it as used in very good condition. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Seller does not accept returns. Pre-owned, seller refurbishing is limited to the exterior surface. Device has been cleaned and wiped with an antibacterial wipe. I won't criticize their misspelling. Velcro, if any present, has been removed. I don't see any Velcro on it. Devices are in very good condition and come with a power cord. Indoor use only. There are no other accessories. In very good condition. Yeah, so Joe says, I love Justin's accent. He doesn't fully pronounce long I sounds. Wonderful near-south twist. Trina says, I mean, what could go wrong shipping it in a bubble wrap envelope? Into sarcasm. Yeah. Oh, Joe says, but only when saying certain words. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to say it's damaged because it's rattling because, all right. Item damaged. Why are you returning this item? Power supply is not outputting any voltage. It is rattling internally, and I believe was damaged in shipping. I will give them the benefit of the doubt. Photos are required for this return. Great, eBay. All right, I love having to take photos of the power adapter, considering that, all right, so we got a photo here. Lovely photo. All right. Oh, I can take more than one photo. All right, excellent. All right, we will take a second photo. And, I mean, I presume I should probably take a photo of it. Okay, I'm fairly sure they are going to get annoyed by my use of a beige power cord, but, well. I don't care. All right. So that should be 12 volts. All right. Yeah, I'm literally taking photos right now. So there we go. 0. There we go. All right, there we go. The return request has been requested. All right, we will see what the seller says. I'm sure I just probably made their evening. If they happen to say, I don't want it back, then we will open it up and see what happened. Trina says, don't forget to take an x-ray of it. Jack says, sounds like they sell a lot of stuff if they have a stock blurb. Yeah. They currently have 490 items listed, and a lot of them are power adapters. Okay, so yeah. Jack says, yeah, it's quoting the Velcro, if present, is removed. Yes. All right. Do what Jack says. Oh, yeah. Take a photo with the readout from the multimeter. Yep. You actually cannot put a link in an eBay message. It will not be sent. Because eBay is that afraid that you are trying to sell something off eBay. Retrofox says, my bet is they will just say, keep it and send another. That is also quite possible. If they offer to send me another one, I will accept it, because I do need the power adapter. All right, so this last item comes to us from an eBay seller in Texas. So hi to all my viewers and eBay sellers in Texas. This item is also in a bubble mailer. But unlike the last item that was simply yeeted into the bubble mailer, they actually added bubble wrap. Too small for an Apple 11 clone, yeah. Too small for a VIC-20. Maybe it's VIC-20 Mini. Oh. Alright, we'll get to this one quickly. Sadback says, okay, now I'm just leaning into the southernness. We have... Oh, that's neat. Oh, that's really neat. Look at those factory bodges. We have an ATI Small Wonder. Look at that. Small Wonder, and it's got the port on it. It should do the doodly-doo, or whatever. No, it's not a postcard. It's a video card. It is a CGA video card. How neat. I like the last one I got so much, I bought another one that actually had the... Jack says it's a small wonder if it works. Yeah, after the last item that was in a bubble mailer that did not work, I am thinking that maybe, just maybe, I should attempt to test this card in something. I think the winning item will be this 386 motherboard that is sitting right next to me and that the standoff fell off of. Alright. So we have a 386 board here. One that I need to reinstall into the computer that it came out of. It's got this nice, shiny new 8-bit slot. So I will do that. Jack says, or Sadmax says, yeah, probably don't send electronics in a bubble mailer, at least not without some kind of additional protection. Yeah, exactly. Oh, first, let's check the switches. There's off, on. I believe that is CGA mode. I could be wrong, but I think off, on is CGA mode on that card. And let's see here. I need an AT power supply. And my AT power supply is... Ah, yes. I believe it is on the Emerson. Okay, I found the power supply, but it's like not going to be convenient to disconnect it from the computer it's connected to. So therefore, well, all right. Oh, is that the adapter I've been looking for right there? Yes, it is. There we go. I found the power supply adapter, or at least one of them I've been looking for. And all right, it's been hiding in plain sight. All right. So I've got the black wires in the middle. This power supply this adapter has been professionally modded to be always on. All right, we will plug this ATX power supply into it. This ATX power supply does have a switch on it. Therefore, I will be able to turn it on and off. All right. And smoke test in 3, 2, 1. Okay. We have a power supply fan. And we have garbage on the screen. That is not a good sign. All right. I may have to check the jumper settings. All right, let's try again. Is my 386 configured wrong? All right, let me check the... All right, 2 and... Nope, it is set for color. So I believe that is correct. I guess I should probably... Okay. Let's try this. We will plug in a 16-bit VGA video card. We will at least make sure we get computer output, because it could be the motherboard. And, all right, there we go. All right, that looks correct. Okay, VGA card works. Maybe... Okay, let me plug this card back in. I will use the same slot that I had the VGA card in, because the slot I was trying to use is the one I repaired on this board. And no. All right, let's... Joe says this card is screaming to be put out of its misery. Try my other all-in-wonder. All right, let me go grab the other all-in-wonder. Hold, please. Oh, I may have the wrong dip switch settings, so... Hi, Mike's Future Retro, welcome! I will have to catch up with the chat here in a moment. We are still in Wheel of Regrets. I just realized this card is jumpered. You remember how I said that I thought that off, on was correct? That is incorrect. I think for this particular setup, I want off, on, off, off. So let me try that first. Okay, that is not good. All right, let's try the other ATI. It's an ATI Small Wonder, not All-in-Wonder. So I'm going to put the other ATI Small Wonder card in. And, all right. Aha! All right. Fix the derp switch. Thank you, hardware hacker. $1.99 super chat. Eep. All right, so the ATI Small Wonder that I got in the Emerson 8800 EC, it is working. I'm looking at both cards to see if I see anything out of the ordinary. I mean, there is a scratch on the card, on the new card. Let me check to make sure we still have continuity. Oh. Uh-oh. Mike's asking a question. Hi, Jamie's Hack Shack. Welcome. Mike asked, how did that eBay return pan out just now? Oh, I don't know if I've received a reply from that seller. All right, so I am going to check. There's a scratch on the board. All right. All right, it is a superficial scratch. So yeah, I guess. All right, let's go to the eBay description. What did the eBay seller say about this item? Tested working. Said it was tested and working. That's lovely. Oh, and they only took pictures of one of the two cards they had for sale. All right, so they said it was tested working. Tested and confirmed working on a 486 SX PC. And I'm going to have to send them a quick message here. All right. All right, I'm going to contact the seller. All right. Let's see here. Hi. Let's see. Name of eBay seller. All right. I received the ATI Small Wonder card today and am trying to test it now. When I put it in my 386 PC, I get a screen of, what was that character? I'm just going a screen of A's. I put another CJ card in the PC to confirm that the motherboard and RGB to HDMI are set correctly for CGA. Then put this card back in with all right. It looks like this card may have has stopped working since you tested it. Please advise. All right, I'm going to send a copy to my email. Send, and then because I certainly would not blame them for saying, "Oh, you are making it up," I am going to put the card in. I will. Well, they don't need to know that I have another ATI Small Wonder. Besides, the other one I have, though, doesn't have a composite video output. All right, I will plug this in. I am not ashamed to then turn this on, and please be nice in the chat because I'm about to go to my purchases, see that I won the Game Boy auction. Go ahead and pay for it here real quick so that I can pay for it the way I want to pay for it. All right. Yeah, that is pretty much a screen of A's, wouldn't you say? I mean, there is a funky bar over top of it, but I think that's more or less a screen of A's. All right, so let me pay for the Game Boy auction, and then I'm going to take a picture of them. Yeah, I'm going to take a picture of it so you can see the shameless self-promotion and... All right, so let's see here. More action. Contact seller. Contact seller. Take photo. Take photo. Oh, actually, let me just take it from this other monitor. Here's a photo of the test. Okay, there we go. Photo sent. I can't tell which direction the A's accent. Oh yeah, 1-bit. Oh hi, 1-bit. Yes, it's A with bars. Yeah, I think we're at this moment mincing character sets. All right, so in our eBay regrets, potential eBay regrets, we have two regrets, two actual regrets. It's the flat one, yeah. Joe's asking, who sent the machine to Finland? Yeah. How in the world did they put this card in this anti-static bag? I know this is the anti-static bag the card was in, and... Oh, there we go. Puzzle solved. Jack says I was bumbling around the keyboard trying to figure out how to type them. All right. At least you figured it out on a Mac. Yeah. All right. So we have had two actual regrets tonight. Yeah, count them. Not one, but two actual regrets. This is probably another regret. I just haven't figured it out yet. So, on this stream of successes, I'm not sure if I actually want to go up and get the last potential regret, because I'm kind of scared where it might lead. I'm fairly sure no one's going to easily guess what it is. Jesse says, I was trying to figure out why the touch screen on my new-to-me car wasn't working. That's because it is not a touch screen. Harder Hacker says, intensely with intent. Vic 20. All right. Okay, I will give you a hint. The PowerMac G4 is actually sitting on top of the shipping box for the last potential regret. Jack says, lol, it's not a touchscreen. Wah, wah. A battery. And I'm very happy about this detail, says Jesse. Yeah, the touchscreen would just inevitably cause trouble, probably. Everyone's guessing Vic 20. Probably because y'all a lot of trading cards. No, it's a single item comprised of other items inside of it. Let me go get the box. Probably go back. All right. And this last item comes to us from an eBay seller in California. So hi to all my viewers and eBay sellers in California. If anyone was wondering, box measures 24 by 20 by 12, although I think that's the exterior or the interior dimensions. All right. We have a guess, a Lego DeLorean. No. I had a Lego DeLorean. I'd be keeping that all to myself. Is it a C64? Yes, Paraphractic himself had nothing involved with this transaction. Hacker says, fine, I won't show mine. Well, I wouldn't be able to show you mine because this is not a Lego DeLorean. And I'm sorry, I draw the line. I will not buy a Lego DeLorean unless first they make a Lego NCC 1701 series set, including 24 bazillion bricks, so you could build all of the Enterprises at the same time, or severely injure your feet in the process when you knock all the bricks off the table in frustration and then step on one. Joe says, make it so. Harder Hacker says, I'd buy it immediately. Thomas Armstrong, yeah, there are no Legos in this unless UPS broke it. Oh, wait, did this come UPS or was this Federal Smash Express? No, it was UPS. That's why it's intact. Trina says I would buy that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure half of you all that are watching right now would probably buy it. And the other half of you know a friend that would buy it. All right. So far, so good. It is wrapped in bubble wrap, but not such that I can't remove it from the box. Uh-oh. All right. Okay, I could have probably unboxed that a little more gracefully. But we have a beige desktop PC. I'm waiting for someone to say, wait a minute. Something looked odd about that. Jack says rack-mounted C64. Waiting for someone to maybe have noticed something that looked slightly different about this. Thomas Armstrong says a box, yeah. All right, I'm going to take the cover off of it because that's what we all do when we get boxes. Joe says a SX64. I would love a Commodore. Hardware Hacker says it's a Mac. Nope, no, it's a PC. This is a PC. One bit says it's an i14 stealth high-end PC. No, this is totally not a high-end PC. Dude, I got a Packard Bell. Joe says, oh, generic systems 2905 XT Plus. I wish it was an Atari PC. I wish it was an SX64. No, it's a Packard Bell. It's just a lowly Packard Bell. Such a lowly Packard Bell with a crystal sound chip and an actual OPL3 that you can't see because it's off camera, and and you can't see that because it's off camera. And the red trim side panel dealy doos. Yeah, see, it's got the red trim dealy doos. Yep. Just the standard Packard Bell with the red trim dealy doo. Jack's asking, so why this mediocre PC? Well, Yes, apparently I don't have a lot of PC fans in the chat. Chris is probably multitasking. Well, there is something slightly different about this Packard Bell, and I'd been watching it forever. And I finally decided I was going to do something stupid and buy it. One bit says, Justin type in these 50 register writing commands to program the OPL3 while everyone waits for it to do one sound. I'll dictate. All right. So for those of you that aren't quite aware of Packard Bell, when these systems came out, they had a dark gray trim on the front and the sides, and separately they sold several sets of alternate trim pieces. I forget what they called them. There was, I believe, one was blue and one was red, and I think there might have been a third color. So that for a small price, you could actually take the gray ones off and snap the other color ones on, and you would have a slightly more custom look to your otherwise generic, boring Packard Bell PC. Well, I knew those existed, but I had never actually seen them on a case until I found this Packard Bell on eBay. Hardware Hacker says, rings a faint Packard. I mean Bell. Not Pac-Man, Pac-Mate. Not Pac-Friend. Yeah. So, I bought this stupid PC because of the red trim pieces. Yeah. Hey, it might have the original hard drive in it, which would mean I could read off its system credentials and... Oh, look! Jack says, actually, upgrade it with actually good insides. Hardware Hacker says, like I said, a moment of weakness. Yes, in a moment of weakness, with hours left in the listing, and kind of being afraid that the seller was eventually going to e-waste it, I bought the stupid Packard Bell with the red trim pieces. Jack says, I do like the red, I'll give you that. Yeah. So, because I don't quickly learn, we are going to, oh, we are going to actually test this thing, and guess what? I, didn't realize the power switch was on, and, yeah, we are, actually, starting up. Oops. All right, let's, yeah, I didn't get a chance to plug the, let me plug the keyboard in. Don't tell the Packard Bell that it's a Hewlett-Packard keyboard. It wouldn't understand. Jack says, 3, 2, 1, mem test! Yeah, it has 72 megabytes of RAM. Hey, it's got the Connor peripherals for 420 megabyte hard drive. For whatever that's worth. It's a Connor. It's probably a goner at some point. August. It is August 18th. That is weird. Why will it not let me type an 8? Oh. It does not like me using the... Hey! It actually took the date! I can't believe that. It also, for some reason, does not like me using the Numeric keypad to type in the time. All right, it is 21:15, and I don't know why I'm bothering to set the date. All right, floppy options, yeah, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, Pentium 133, exit saving changes, that looks good. All right, let's see if it boots. Oh, happy birthday, Trina's dad. 1bit says, I'm going to wait to see a working DOS boot first. Yeah, just boot. We know the CMOS battery failed. It's... Hardware Hacker says, who is this? Hewlett, yeah. All right, we are booting into Windows 95. I can't believe it. I'm shocked. I am truly shocked. So we are booting into Windows 95. Jack says, so there's nothing wrong with this? Lame. All right. Just for stream security, I have quickly gone to table cam until the desktop loads, because if you've ever bought rando PCs off eBay, you would understand that the only computer so far I've bought with something that was remotely risque was when I got at a swap meet. All right, yeah, we are fine. It does not look like there is anything on the desktop that would cause a problem. All right. Jesse says, I paid the Walgreens tax for CR 2032 batteries yesterday because Maxell CoinCells hates spot welding. Oof. All right, so let's see here. Programs. Oh no, I don't think this has the... What in the name of MS-DOS is all this craziness? Okay, number one, I don't see any of the Packard Bell installed software on this thing. I am actually not sure that's the original hard drive. Code Stuff Starter, Expert Software. Oh, Home Design 3D 2.0. Okay, that might actually be worth what I... Lame. That looks 2D. All right. Let's see here. Parsons Technology. Resumes and more. I mean, it boots. It booted into Windows 95. Joe says, and neat, but weird. Hardware Hacker says, unsetup.exe. Well, that's not bananas, but okay. Oh. Okay, it would appear as if the CD-ROM drive doesn't want to play nice. Something tells me it needs a new belt. All right. And Joe says, someone had fun giving their CD drive a number designation. Well, 7 of 9. They could have called it 7 of 9. Tertiary. Oh, wait, they'd been out of characters. Never mind. I mean, this is cool, but while we run ScanDisk, whoa, one bit says us at your Discord. Oh, all right. Okay, not only is this probably not the original hard drive, it is not long for this world. Joe says, all bad blocks at the end, that might be a drive setup problem. Oh, that is very true. That is very true. Jack says someone typed in the wrong parameters to the BIOS. Could be. Joe says it's trying to get to blocks on the drive that don't exist. You're right, Joe. You are right. Because a 420 megabyte hard drive shouldn't have nearly 65,000 clusters. It can't. There's like 65,000 clusters would be implying more than it's about closer to 500 megabytes. Jack says, I don't know my hard drive cluster math. Well, all right, on a 512 mega, well, all right, so with FAT16, there's 65,536 clusters maximum. I think actually at 65,536, it's going to roll over to the next cluster size. So I know that if I take 420 megabytes into 512 megabytes, which is where the next cluster division is going to be, and then take that percentage and multiply by 65,536, we are not going to get 64,474. I dare say it. Yeah, as Joe's saying, a cluster can be more than one sector. Yes. Jamie says, sweet brand name, too. And Hardware Hacker said, at least Sector 1 is intact. Yeah. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been booting. Jack says, the designers of FAT16 were kind of stingy using a 16-bit integer for cluster number. Yes. But when they designed it, they probably thought that no one would be using a 2 gigabyte hard drive. Trina says, look at Justin mathing. Yeah. And I'm just approximating in my head. I'm not even actually mathing. But if we do the actual math, 420 divided by 512, okay, let's go to scientific mode. 420 divided by 512 is going to be approximately 82%. 536 times 0.82. We should actually have closer to like 50 or 54,000 clusters. Yeah, I think Joe is right. I bet someone I bet if we go look at the partition information. Oh, looky there. Ha ha. Yep. No, Joe, your first guess was correct. Joe says, but I wasn't wrong, so there you go. Yes, it looks like I might actually have a good Connor 420 megabyte hard drive with a bad install of Windows on it. I'm sure what they've done here is probably going to cause trouble in the future. Jack says, RIP, whatever it tried to write to that area of the hard drive. Yeah, seriously. Joe says, hi, I'm Joe. I know old PC stuff. This is my TED Talk. All right, so it's a Packard Bell. It has 72 megabytes of RAM. It's got the red trim pieces on it. The CD-ROM drive belt has probably exceeded its expected lifetime and then some. And, oh, Jesse says, I think if the Connor has the letter N in the model number, they're usually decent. Oh, well, actually, let's see if we can get what model it was. Maybe this is one of the decent Connors. It... Oh. That's called... I had something pressing against the keyboard. It's a CFS 420A. Trina says, and the best part is, it works. All right. Yes, it survived shipping. All right. Hard Hacker says, for now. Oh, Jesse says that might only apply to laptop drives. All right, well, I mean, it's probably not the original drive this computer shipped with, because this is a Pentium 133. And although someone removed the sticker on the case top that would have said what its configuration was, I'm fairly sure Packard Bell was shipping like 2 GB hard drives by this point. Except for that CMOS battery. Jack says it will never power up again. Yeah, I will replace the CMOS battery later, because I would now like to get to the marketplace shopping. Oh, Jesse says it might be S for desktops, N for notebook drives. Either way, there's a third letter, so no rubber bumper stuff. All right. Well, I'm glad the Packard Bell works. And yeah, well, I'll probably at some point dig out a 2 GB hard drive and probably put it in this computer so it's a little closer to what it probably shipped with. And if I can get that CD-ROM drive working, then I can run the restore CDs, although Hardware Hacker says, but how will they play pinball without bumpers? Yes. Anyways, so one last look at the PackMate 3987 CD with the red trim piece. And it's actually not in bad shape. I can fix this. I'll fix it when I pull the CD-ROM drive out. So yeah, it's a Packard Bell with weird trim pieces. Joe says the red trim is cute. I like that. Yeah, I thought it was cute too. But now, because I'm sure you all are wondering what I picked up from Facebook Marketplace, I think it's about time that we start going through that. And I'll move this Packard Bell off the bench. Yeah, they were usually always gray. I want to say that for like $24.95, you could buy another, or it might have been $49.99. It was $24.99 or $49.99. You could buy a customization kit. I think they had blue, red, and they may have had a third color. So, I went on Facebook Marketplace, partly because someone posted it in the DC area vintage computing group. They posted, someone listed a PowerMac G4 and an NEC monitor for $10, although seller admitted they made a typo. They meant to say $10 each. I'm a nice guy. I would have paid $10 each. I noticed it because Chris had made the comment that he wasn't going to drive an hour to go pick it up, even though he kind of wanted the monitor. Chris, it would have been longer than an hour for you because of where they actually were. They were not in the town proper that the listing was listed in. They were about 10 to 15 minutes south, but I had to drive up to that town and then back south on a parallel road. That was the quickest way there. But yeah, it would have been longer than an hour for you, Chris. But that aside, I get there, and they have the PowerMac G4, don't worry. It's upstairs still. They had the monitor. The monitor is upstairs. And they were telling me, look around. We've got some other stuff. See if you're interested. And they had a couple SCSI scanners. Jack says, now you'll be on a mission to collect all the colors. I kind of low-key would like the blue trim, because blue is my color. So if anyone's got a blue trim kit for Packard Bells kicking around and you'd like to donate it to the channel, the let me know. I might. I think that would maybe earn you an autographed Game Boy Color battery back. And an autographed sticker. Joe says, look around, see what else you'd like. Joe begins backing up, truck up the garage door. Yeah. Anyways, so I passed on the SCSI scanners. I passed on some of the other things. It just wasn't interesting. But he had some buckets of cables. He's like, look through, you can have a couple cables. So I found the cables that went with the PowerMac and some other things. But then I noticed he had a bunch of buckets of boards. He's like, would you be interested in digging through my scrap buckets? And I was like, well, how much would you charge me? He was like, how does $10 sound? So I was like, all right, sold. Can you take electronic payments? I only have $20 cash in my pocket. And I wasn't about to leave without the monitor or the PowerMac G4 at this point. So luckily they took electronic payments. So $30 later, I got to dig through like 4 5-gallon buckets of scrap. And there's a reason why this keyboard's sitting here. And one bit says, that guy threatened Justin with a good time. Yes, he did. Anyways, I went through. I didn't bring any boxes or anything with me, so I just had it all laying in my trunk, and I was trying to drive carefully. But anyways, when I got home, I put it in a box, and I filled the 12 by 12 by 12 box with the scrap boards I had grabbed, plus this keyboard didn't fit in the box. So yes, this is the first item I pulled from the scrap bin. It does have some damage, but I have another one of these keyboards that needs repaired. So I'm hoping that maybe I can use it, because I think this one might be in slightly better shape. Maybe. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I might be using this one to fix the other one, because this slider seems to be broken too. All right. Anyways, yes, it is an Apple Extended Keyboard 2, and this is one that was made in the US. So I am hoping that this has the nice key switches. If I would pull if I pull one of the keycaps off, we will pull the J key off. Ha! There we go. They look more like white than salmon. Yeah, they're white Alps. So, okay, maybe not the best of the Alp switches, but still pretty good. Anyways, so a broken Apple Keyboard 2. In fact, quite honestly, the keycaps are probably worth at least $10. Yep, these are good. So hopefully I will be able to make at least one working out of the two of them. I spent more than $10 for the other one. Oh, but this wasn't the only thing from the scrap bin. Joe says, that keyboard is heavy enough to use as a self-defense weapon. Yeah, if I had been accosted by a bear leaving their place, I would have had a keyboard that used to scare the bear off. Anyways, all right, so that's item number 1 that was in the scrap bin. To finish the story slightly, driving back, Maps sent me down a different route because I went there from work, so I was already on 29, so it told me to go 29 to get there. Driving back, it took me down some road that I wasn't exactly sure where the road was leading, but it was quicker, and I'm like, okay, it's still light outside, sun hasn't gone down, I'm not too worried because, okay, yeah, there could be deer, but at least it's not dark. And lo and behold, at some point, I pass a sign that says, welcome to Orange, Virginia. And I'm like, oh, I'm in Orange. The arcade I keep meaning to stop in is in Orange. I wonder when they close. So once I got into town and there was parking on the side of the road that wasn't going to be like parking in front of someone's house, I pulled over, I pulled out my phone because you can't use your phone while driving in Virginia. And I pull up their hours. I'm like, oh, they close at 8 and it's 7:45. All right, let me get directions. And I pulled up their address on the map, told Siri to route me. And I realized that all I had to do was go to the stoplight that I could see right in front of me, turn right, and then turn into their parking lot. I was like practically there. So I pull up. I'm like, okay, I'm pretty sure they have used games for sale, but I don't feel like doing the socially awkward thing of walking in, asking if they have games, and then being told no, they don't have any. So I'm going to call them first. And they confirmed on the phone that, yes, we have used games. What time do you close? We close at 8, even though I think I already knew that. Making sure they weren't closing early or anything. And then, of course, I'm in their parking lot at this point. They don't know that. So I get out of my car, I walk in, and first thing he says is, "Are you the person I just spoke with on the phone?" I'm like, "Yes, I was. How did you know?" He was like, "Someone asking me for hours and it's almost closing time. I pretty much figured the next person in the door was the person that called me." And then I introduced myself. He's like, "Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, yeah, you knew who I was because we follow each other on Instagram." So anyways, I did pick up some used games. They did have them. One you've already seen. It was GoldenEye for the N64. And the other one is Super Mario Brothers Deluxe for the Game Boy Color. Anyways, stay tuned for future announcements. No, nothing's been scheduled yet. Just so stay tuned for future announcements. Anyways, let's see here. Oh, yes. Now, let me go grab the box of scrap. Yeah, I've been building up to this suspense of the box of scrap. All right, let me get the Packard Bell out of the way. Let me get the box the Packard Bell shipped in out of the way. And then let me see if I can lug this 12 by 12 by 12 box over here, because I didn't put it on the scale, but it's probably at least 15 pounds. Remember, I filled a 12 by 12 by 12 box with scrap. One of the items on the top of the box is probably the last thing you'd expect in a scrap box. All right. All right, good night, Trina. All right, so we have, quite literally, a box full of scrap. All right, and because I am horrible, Jack says, "I see a scuzzy Terminator." Yes, I think there's at least one scuzzy Terminator down in there. And because it's I did not see this item in the scrap bins when I started, but you better believe when I dug down to it, I pulled it out like real quick. And I put it on top of the box because I didn't want to potentially damage it more than it might already be damaged. This is a G3 accelerator card for the PowerMacs that take the processor on a daughter card. And this was in the scrap bin. this easily made the whole trip worth it right here. If it works. Oh, and I was going to look at the processor speed under a microscope, and I heard the little eepity. So it is a 266 megahertz processor on it. Thank you, hardware hacker. It says, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Thank you. So it doesn't have the heatsink on it, but yes. Jack says, oh wow, I don't think I've ever seen one in a ZIF socket. Yeah, I knew they existed, and yeah, this right here might have made the whole trip worth it. So once we go through everything, if we have time, I'm going to pull out my PowerMac 7300, I think it is, or 7500. I think I've got a spare heatsink for a G3, and we will test it. But I want to go through this box first, because it's in the way. All right, so I'm going to set this over in the good pile. All right, the next item I found, although not necessarily in this order, is a USB and FireWire card with the Acer Labs chip on it. Probably pulled from a Mac, if I had to guess. It probably will work in a Mac. It probably works on Windows too, so don't know what brand of card it is, but I'm pretty sure this is one of the chips that just works with Mac. So there we go. Oh yeah, you see a Bondi Blue iMac keyboard. All right. So, all right, yes. I grabbed this out of the scrap bin. A Bondi Blue iMac keyboard, but it is missing the USB cable. And I thought I saw the USB cable somewhere in one of the bins, but I was unable to locate it after double checking, so I will have to repair the USB keyboard, the USB cable. But yeah, otherwise, it looks like it's a complete keyboard. I mean, hey, it was a scrap bin. Not everything was going to be winners. So, yep, that'll go in my repair pile because it needs repaired. All right, the next item, unfortunately, Trina went to bed. I have two ECC, I believe these are ECC registered buffered DIMMs. And I have nothing to test them in, but, well, hey, I'm digging through the scrap bin, so, of course, I'm grabbing the two server DIMMs. Unfortunately, you can't just put these in a standard PC because the notch is actually in a different spot for registered SD-RAM. So, yeah, they are ECC registered. I might have a server these will fit in, but the server needs a thorough inspection for it powered up. All right, the next item is actually some sort of an ADB thingamadoodle. I have no idea what this is. I suspect it's probably a software key dongle. But I figured, well, maybe if I'm building some adapter, the cable might come in handy. And maybe the jack might come in handy. But I'm like, well, hey, I'm digging through the scraps, so... And Jesse says, I do have a server for those. Okay, well, I mean, I do have a compact server of some sort. It is an 8 Pentium 3 processor server, but it requires a significant amount of power. I mean, it could be a keylogger too, but Jack says, I see a removal of label void warranty sticker, just throwing it in a scrap box, void the warranty. No, I think it only says removal voids warranty. It doesn't say scrap box voids warranty. I mean, we might pop this open and see what it is. All right, the next item, which I grabbed because I was like, well, I just might as well grab the whole thing, is part of a SCSI drive enclosure, including the terminator and the SCSI drive, which may or may not work. Oh, and there's a power supply here too. How nice. So it may or may not work, but Jesse says, mine is a DL380G2. I brought it to work as a prop once. Jack says, loophole. I'll have to go look at what model mine is. Jeremy gave it to me. Someday I need to somehow get enough power to try to power it up, but I think I need to clean and inspect it first. Oh yeah, it's probably going to be loud. It's like a 6U compact server from back in the day. It's got 8 Pentium 3 Xeons in it. And the thing weighs like 150 pounds. Yeah, we have a USB to serial adapter for Macs. So Jesse says that's a lot bigger than a DL380. Yeah, that's why mine hasn't moved anywhere, and it's too big to put on my bench. Yeah, it's 80. No, this is serial to USB. These can be handy. Of course, I was going to grab that. Remember, anything I wanted for $10. All right, a monitor adapter. That right there, that would cost me $10 on eBay. Yeah, I know, it was hard to tell. That would cost me $10 on eBay right there, that monitor adapter. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is an IDE hard drive, 20 gigabytes, Western Digital. It says tried here. I did have to take a double take because I almost thought that said Trident when I first saw it. It may not work, but remember, everything I wanted for $10. Slightly broken plastic caddy. That could be useful. Yeah, I mean, the hard drives may be junk. Oh yeah. Oh, here we go. It is a Jazz drive, which I'm pretty sure the Jazz drive is probably, I think this Jazz drive is broken. But I saw that it had a board on the back of it. I was like, well, I don't know. It's got parts on it. It's got a power switch. It's got SCSI connectors. Maybe I'll just throw this in my scrap bin. I was like, well, I already paid for it. Jack says, you want hard drives? I'll back a truck up to your house. Sign me up. Soon. What was I thinking? Hardware Hacker says, I'll help guide you into the driveway while you back up. All right, we have a SCSI zip drive in a drive adapter. I mean, the zip drive might be bad, but the drive adapter looks good. A little yellowed. Yeah, all of this is untested. We'll test some of it tonight. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. All right. Okay, we have a little interlude. A SCSI cable. Look at this. A 68-pin SCSI cable. It's got in fact, it's got a terminator on the end. Yeah, this is a Ultra 2 LVD SE. Callan says, oh, I'm sure some of it was tested. Yeah, it might have been tested. But then again, it might have also been this guy was just scrapping it for the copper value, so it may not be tested. Oh, there we go. Okay, this side, it's the ADB cable for the keyboard. I think this was in the cable bin. Oh yeah. This was in the cable bin too. I grabbed the power cord for the Mac. All right. There was another SCSI cable and another SCSI cable, and there's another SCSI cable. Yeah, I grabbed a couple SCSI cables. I think this is a nice long IDE cable. So, yep, a couple SCSI cables and some IDE cables. I'll put these in my box of cables that's behind me. All right. Okay. There is the USB keyboard extender for that keyboard. Oh, yep. Oh, no, I don't think that's a DB. Oh, yeah, that is a DB25 Terminator. Yep, totally snagged that Terminator. I don't know why I grabbed this. Unless the optical drive's down here. So, we'll see. Oh, there we go. 68-pin single-ended Terminator. Jack says, oh, there you go. Just cut the end off the extender and wire it directly to the keyboard. Yeah, that might be the way I fix that. Here we go. We got another dongle. Okay, this one I know is a dongle because it says Sentinel on it. So this one is a software key for something. Yep, we got a zip drive. I think it's another SCSI zip drive. It's got a broken face on it, though. Jack says, I don't normally advocate destroying vintage things. Yeah, it's a... Yeah, this is just a standard TV splitter. At some point, I was just throwing anything that might be of any use into my car because I was getting tired of the insects attacking. 50-pin SCSI Terminator. Remember, it was $10 for anything that I wanted. Floppy drive, complete with a copy of Windows 98 Startup. McAfee Windows 98 Startup. And it is a TIAC drive, so... Actually, it looks pretty clean. It might actually work. Oh, here we go. It's a Jazz 2 GB drive with some suspect dirt on the front of it. Yeah. But this is like a intact external enclosure. I figured I could probably put something other than the Jazz drive in it. Yeah, bonus crust layer. Yeah, it's an APS. I was like, yeah, there we go. A whole drive enclosure. A suspect power adapter from Radio Shack. Yeah. All right. Probably won't. May not use that. All right. But wait, there's more. Another Jazz drive that probably doesn't work. But it's got another one of those boards on it. Like, okay. It's got some cool parts on it, including a switch. One bit says, put Jazz MIDI files in that Jazz disc. Well, fun fact, I don't own any Jazz discs. Hardware Hacker says, you've got questions, we've got answers. Yeah, my question is, why did I grab some of this stuff? All right, more SCSI Terminators. Oh, this is a SCSI adapter. Look at that. 68-pin single-ended 50-pin. Yeah, I'll have to find some jazz discs, which I refuse to buy. Oh, I think that... Okay, we have what used to be a Plex Store optical drive. But it had one of the Macintosh plastic caddy things on it that'll probably totally fall apart when I take it off. But anyways. Yeah, Centronics 50 to Wide SCSI. That is kind of weird, but when did that stop some people? It may have a high byte terminator in it. Hopefully it does, because otherwise it would cause problems on the bus. If anything, I'll take the 2 jumpers off of this, and I have 2 free jumpers. And a plastic thing that probably will break soon. But wait, there's more. Another SCSI terminator, and this one is Sunbrand. No, they didn't have anything that looked Sun there, so... we have another hard drive. This one's an IBM. IBM made the best hard drives, didn't they? They made the best hard drives and then sold their business to Hitachi. Which probably means this hard drive is going to be dead, but... like, it's a gigabyte hard drive. Maybe it'll work. Jesse says, you have been terminated. Jack says, do you have the fabled black 2FX Terminator in there too? Unfortunately not. All right, we have a manual inject floppy drive. So, unfortunately, I'm not sure what Mac they might have had to take apart to have that. Except it probably was in like a... oh, yeah, it was probably a PowerMac of some sort with that upgrade adapter. We have another IDE hard drive that is marked good for 4 megabytes. If this is only 4 megabytes, then it is not good. They probably meant 4 gigabytes. I could see how they might have made that mistake. We have another IDE cable. We have an Apple 32-speed CD-ROM. Missing its faceplate, assuming it ever had one. It is IDE, so no telling. Jack says maybe only the first 4 megabytes are good. We have a slot cover bracket and a SD card adapter. Oh, no, wait, that's not SD. Micro SD and TF. Oh, yeah, SD, micro SD, MMC, RS, MMC, and TF. All right, that is everything I grabbed for the $10 of scrap. So, yep, some of these things are definitely going to be parts. Some of them are probably scrap. Like, this floppy drive might actually just work. I'm kind of hopeful that maybe it was pulled because, yeah, it was a good deal for $10. So I guess I got 2 floppy drives, That zip drive is probably no account. Because I'm not going to be able to put a disk in it. Alright, so let me sort these here. We got a Mac floppy drive, PC floppy drive. Let's see, that's SCSI. Alright, yeah, there's no way that Jazz drive is going to work, so I'm going to go ahead and, we'll admit to grabbing this for the parts that are on the backboard. I mean, hey, there's a SCSI connector, there's a little power adapter board, there's a power switch, got a slider switch. I mean, if I found a Jazz drive external that I had a problem with, I mean, okay, it's parts. Oh, it had one of these. The Terminator, or the SCSI ID changer thing, which actually I think this one might be broken. Oh, yep, I think that switch is broken. Never mind. Alright, so, yep, that one's probably scrap parts. I'll probably, in all likelihood, won't be able to use it. We'll test that. Let's see here. That is an IDE CD-ROM drive. We can at least plug it in and see what it does. That is a SCSI hard drive. Let's see, that is IDE. That is SCSI. Yeah, we will test it as a separate drive. I will refrain from testing the okay. We'll see what this drive does, even though the faceplate's missing, because it's always possible I can find a replacement faceplate. Thomas says anything can be fixed. I'm fairly sure these Jazz drives are probably not repairable. These Jazz drives are, like, so cheap. Yeah, I'll fix these Jazz drives by not fixing them and not buying another Jazz drive off eBay. Alright. So I'm pretty sure the SCSI Terminators will work. Power supply there, which may or may not work. Looks like it might be a standard off-the-shelf power supply, so there might actually be a data sheet somewhere for it. Alright, well, I'll hold on to that. Alright, so these are SCSI. That's SCSI, and that's SCSI, although it looks like it's thoroughly borked. Alright, some of these adapters... Oh, that one's Toshiba branded. That's interesting. Let's see, this Radio Shack adapter is a... Oh, 9 volts, 100 milliamp adapter. Yeah, that's going to power a lot. That was just a standard splitter. Alright, so these SCSI terminators and adapters, well, they're going to go into my collection of SCSI terminators and adapters. The monitor adapter will go into my collection of monitor adapters. It'll be another one to potentially lose. It's too small for an AirTag, so bummer. Alright, I will set these... Actually, I will stick these in a drawer of my toolbox. Alright. So let's see here. I've got a... All right. Oh, I wonder if this is the faceplate to this Plex Store drive. Okay, I got an idea here. Okay, first... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there's my toolkit. Okay. Let me see if I can grab the toolkit, and maybe we can open up this gray box and see what it is. I need to grab a spudger. And then... Jack says there's no room on the bench for a test rig. Well, I'm working on that. So, these two Jazz drives... and this enclosure here are about to go into my scrap bin for spare parts. So that's going to free up a little space. And then I will set some other things. Jack says, I need an overhead pull-down cable rig. Yeah, money could fix that problem too. You know, that would be really cool to have like a drop-down test rig. So, like, okay, I've got these parts, we need to test them. I press a button, and then you see like a little spinner warning light drop down from the ceiling, and it starts to spin, and like the lights kind of turn red, and you see steam start billowing down from the ceiling, and then slowly a test system drops down right beside me, and then, yeah. And I'm like, oh, we need the test Mac instead. So I hit another button, and we see the little red rotating light to the PC to go up, and then we see another different colored, like an orange strobe light and orange lights, and the Mac drops down, and then I woke up and realized that was all a dream. Yeah, test rig carousel with a little warning light and steam, or for dramatic effect. All right, so let me set these in the scrap bin. Let me go grab my tool thing that's got a spudger in it, and we'll open up the gray mystery box. All right. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what I need to test some of this stuff. The IDE's easy. I just need a new enough PC. Joe's like, I happened to zone back into the stream while Justin was talking about the dream, and I'm like, what the heck is he hallucinating about? Oh, Joe, someone mentioned a drop-down test rig. You press a button and it drops down. Jack says there were shrooms in that box. Wrong county. Oh. I see glue in the seam. Hardware Hacker says perhaps there was. There is glue in the seam. I don't know that, yeah, I don't know that we're going to get this open, at least not without some alternate persuasion. Because I think this has been glued back together. Or glued together. Maybe it was never apart to begin with. But I am not sure they wanted this thing apart. Jack says, nothing a Dremel can't fix. Hold, please, while I rescue something before it falls off my workbench, because apparently the box of scrap was pushing something off. There we go. It has been rescued. Yep, says, don't use your teeth. I can't say this enough. Don't worry. All right. So we are going to... okay, I probably really should put that in some sort of a clamp. Yes, I'm going to clamp it in vice grips. There we go. Now I can hold them well far away from my fingers. Hi, Socket Wrench. Welcome. Okay, let's, Joe says, ooh, we're getting serious now. Yes, we are going to figure out what this is. Or we are not. One or the other. Whatever this is, they didn't want you to get in it. But, unfortunately... Oh, we are almost in. We are almost in. Actually, I think we are close enough to being in that I will put the multi-tool of multiness back where it belongs. And we have, there we go. It's, ooh, interesting. So we have a, looks like maybe a Signetics. I bet that's a microcontroller. Jack says, I think we're okay with melting the plastic in this case, since it appears to be a copy protection dongle. Yes, I am going to say this probably is a copy protection dongle. That is probably the microcontroller that is interfacing with the ADB. And that is some very interesting... Yeah. I'm not sure if there's actually something in that. Because I don't see any pins. Or if that was just there to keep it from rattling. Yeah, Intel on 68K Max. All right, so that is... All right, let's pull out the microscope and see if we can read the part number. Oh, wrong one. Signetics S87C751-1828 1A28. Let's copyright Intel and Signetics. Because there's a 12 megahertz crystal. Well, actually, that might be a resonator. Could be an oscillator. That is probably a microcontroller, if I had to guess. Could be a Mascrom microcontroller. Joe says it's there to keep you from taking it apart. That is probably true. There is a 93C46. I have a feeling that is some sort of a... Oh, maybe that might be the... Maybe that's the microcontroller for the ADB. That might be the microcontroller for the software protection function. Joe says the chip is a mass-programmed Signetics licensed clone of an Intel MCS48. It does not surprise me that it's a MCS48 clone that was very popular. And Joe says the 93C46 is an EEPROM. And then, yes, some tantalum capacitors. And then that black blob was probably to keep it together, along with it being glued. Oh, there's a little transistor I could use on my 2SI. I need a 1A. Yeah, Joe says the Signetics chip is the micro. It just listens for commands on its address, and then responds on the ADB. ADB is a bus. Yep, so you can have a bunch of devices on a single port, including your software protection dongle for who knows what. But I like it because it has a nice little cute short ADB focus camera cable on it. So if I make a little ADB to something adapter, well, I can steal that cable. Yep, Joe says if it doesn't hear its address, it does nothing, so keyboards and mice just work. Yep. Jack says, I wonder what software we could run if that were plugged in. Well, there is no telling. I don't think there's a way to know, especially because I think the label that was possibly on this fell off a long time ago. There may have been a label there, which probably would have reminded you which software it was for. I don't think there's a way to figure out what it would run. So, this one I know is a dongle because it says Sentinel on it, so it's probably a very similar design. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if this one might probably... This one is... Well, actually, you know, that microcontroller is small enough. There's probably a very similar design in here. There's probably a microcontroller and an EEPROM. EEPROM's going to store the serial data. Microcontroller is going to do the magic. Yeah, there we go. 2 software dongles. I'll put them in my scrap parts bin because the ADB cables could be handy. All right. So let's oh, I know what we can do here to kind of expedite some of this testing. All right, so some of these drives, we're not even sure if they're going to work. So I've got my power adapter here that has a Molex power. So I think step 1 is going to be I'm going to plug these all into power. And we'll see if they even spin up. Because if they don't spin up, there's no sense dragging out a computer to test them. So, all right, the Apple 20 gigabyte hard drive. Make sure I plug the cable in correctly. And ooh. Yeah, I turned the filters off for this test. Yes, Jack says that's bad clicking. All right. All right, so hard drive number 1. All right, we could safely say that one is no good. I'll take the plastic piece off of it. In fact, actually, I will... In fact, actually, because I may take that plastic piece off and have it at the swap meet for someone to ask for, because it's broken. So, just because I'm a nice guy, you can. In fact, I'll even draw a smiley face on it if I remember a marker. Okay, so that the hard drive, though, I am not bringing dead hard drives. That would just be a waste of space. All right. How about this optical drive? All right, we will plug it in. Thomas says it's not dead, just needs some TLC. Okay, so this CD-ROM drive might actually be worth testing. Yeah, it actually, well, I mean, at least it opened and closed. All right, so here we go. We've got another hard drive. This one's marked good. Okay, so that hard drive spun up and didn't make clicking noises. I'll put a CD in when I plug it. I'm going to pull a computer out to test some of these. But not the one that's making repeated clicking noises of sadness. Because there is no way it's going to work. It is sad. Alright, I'm trying to find a power adapter. I had one on my bench the other day. Oh, it's probably under... Oh, there it is. It was under the N64. Yep. That tracks. I was using it for some unorthodox power supply testing. Alright. So let's... So we will plug this zip drive in to power. See what it does. If I can plug it in, the power connector's broken, which is making it incredibly hard to plug in. Yeah, this is the parts binning process. Alright, so let's try to plug that in. Okay, that zip drive is dead. Alright. Hi, Mr. Tech Gadget, welcome. We are binning the scrap parts. Alright, let's see what this one does when I plug it in. Oh, you know, these may actually require an interface to test. Okay. Because that one didn't do anything either. Alright, well. Alright, so we got two SCSI drives there that we'll have to plug into a SCSI interface to see if they do anything additional. Alright, we have two SCSI hard drives. So, hard drive number 1. Kind of made a weird noise. I thought it made a weird noise spinning up. Let me try it again. Oh, it didn't do it that time. Yeah, it's a nice looking drive, and it's a SCSI drive. Yeah, it sounds fine. Alright, so there's another one we can test. It's a 1 gigabyte SCSI drive. Alright, this is a... I think this one's also a 1 gigabyte SCSI drive, and it was audited at some point. So, alright. And hey, that one sounds really good too. Yeah, alright, that might be... So that might be 3 hard drives. 3 hard drives that are showing promise. Alright, and then I got this Plextor optical drive, which looks absolutely wrecked. We'll plug it in. Well, we got a green LED on the front. Let me press the eject button. Oh, that might have not been the eject button. That might have also not been the eject button. Well, I felt it make noises like it wanted. Oh, wait, is this a caddy load? Oh, this is a caddy load. That would explain why it's... Oh, I'm gonna have to, yeah, let me see if I... Oh, where do I have a caddy? Ugh. Self-destruction, button. Yeah, okay, we may have to, unless I can find a caddy, we may just have to be content with seeing if the Plex Store drive shows up on the SCSI bus. Alright, so... Okay, well that means that faceplate doesn't go to the Plex Store drive. And it doesn't go to the Apple drive, so, well... Okay, so we have a SCSI optical drive that we can test to see if it shows up. We have two SCSI zip drives. Again, probably, I may have a zip disk. Okay, this drive I think is dead because it was making repeated clicking noises and not... So I think it has bit the... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's dead. So... Alright. Just trying to find a place to set it until I can remove the plastic caddy from it. So, I think for testing... Alright, let me turn my filters back on. It just says, I am in the weirdest place right now. Remote tech supporting someone getting weather data working on their SpectraGen. And Jack says, self-destruction button, aka power switch. Well, that's pretty neat, Joe. Alright, so I think for testing, because I have this accelerator card that we need to know if it works. I have one Mac that accelerator card will work in. And I believe that Mac does have SCSI. So we will be able to use it to... Okay, we'll definitely be able to format this drive on it. Because that's an Apple drive, so Apple hard drive setup should work on that. This one, it'll at least show up. Unless I have SCSI Director on that Mac, which I might. Which in that case, we could try formatting that one. I believe that Mac may also have IDE on it. So actually, we may be able to test everything on the one Mac. Alright. And that would be my PowerMac 7500. So let me go grab the PowerMac 7500 and a G3 heatsink. Because there's no time like the present to test that card. Although, before we do that, Yeah, let's see here. I think... Nope, that does look like... So I think that scratch is superficial. I hope it is. That one pin, though, does kind of look sus. Jack says, we're in Justin's streams no time like the last 20 seconds because Comcast sucks and caused the stream to lag delay. Burn. But accurate. Is that... Are those actually touching? Because those kind of look like they might actually be touching. And yeah, I'm pretty sure those are actually... Yeah, it looks lifted or something. And I don't have... Yeah, I'm thinking that is actual physical damage, so we will not be testing this card tonight. Because I... was not in the least prepared to attempt to fix damage on this card. So yeah, I am going to call this a future repair candidate because it looks like whatever that component is, a PI5C, I'm going to presume that's some sort of a high-speed interface chip of some sort. Yeah, I think that leg has been lifted or something. And I am not prepared to fix that tonight. I'm actually thinking that leg is lifted or broken or something. And I'm probably going to want to try to find a spare one of these chips to attempt to repair. Although... all right. Okay, let's see if we can't get a slightly better look at that. Hi, Dave. Welcome. Oh, yeah, that's definitely... That is definitely touching. Okay, I don't think it's been lifted from the board looking in the stereo view. But it's taken impact damage there, and it's definitely smashed into the next pin. The good news is, though, that scratch does not look like it's really gone through the solder mask. Oh yeah, actually that chip's taken impact damage. Oh, hold on, you can't see it because there we go. Yep. Lay off the isopropyl alcohol. Yeah, that chip has actually taken an impact damage there. And the I have a knockoff stereo microscope. It acts like it's an Amtech, but unlike the Amtech, its camera view is like worse. No, it's not an Amscope. Mine's a knockoff Amscope. Ugh. Yeah, there is a solder bridge there. It's actually worse than a solder bridge. It's impact. Something's impacted it. All right. Well, this accelerator card's going to go into the repair queue because because yeah, it's going in the repair queue because I don't really feel like trying to repair that tonight. Yeah, Jack says the repair queue, aka Justin's basement. Also my basement and everyone else's basement. Anyways, so this will have to go in the repair queue. I am curious. Let's see if oh, let's see. Oh, I got an email from a seller. Seller says, "Hi there. Please make sure that all of the jumpers on the card are set correctly. Every card is different and needs to be set according to your build." All right. Okay, we will momentarily go back to the ATI Small Wonder card. And this is probably where I'm going to have to admit that my CGA card was another Small Wonder card. And I set them the same. Thomas Armstrong says that part on the last board is a bus transceiver. Yep, and I definitely don't have any spares of it. All right, let me double check. Yeah, I'm trying to send a message to an eBay seller. Let me double check that I had the switch settings the same. Off, on, off, off. Yeah, no jumpers. And it is the same version of the chipset. Double check that these actually are the same version of the card. This is version 1. And ATI 18700. Yep, that's the one I have that works. Yeah, don't forget to smash that like button. Especially if you like it when I try to buy cool parts for cool builds. ATI 18700. Yep. Same version of the ATI chip on both cards. The one I bought on eBay actually has the someone's reworked the one I bought on eBay. I'm not gonna say it was the seller. Okay, it is the same card. All right. All right. There we go. I just let that eBay seller know that the Small Wonder is the card that I used to confirm my system worked. Oh, there we go. I got a message from the power adapter seller. I can send you another one if you like. And then they refunded me. All right. All right, so there you go. The conclusion of the Cisco power adapter eBay regret. It's no longer a regret. The seller apparently just refunded me, so I'll let them know I received the refund and, well, actually, no, I don't need to say anything. Obviously, they won't be sending me another power adapter. So now we'll see what the eBay seller of this card says. So for the record, if they happen to realize my stream, for the record, this is my other ATI Small Wonder card, and it clearly is not the same card. So in case there is any doubt, the reason I bought this second Small Wonder card was because I was going to put it in my IBM portable personal computer because it has the requisite circuitry on it and it has the factory composite jack and it looks factory and, well, because it is factory. So that's the one I bought on eBay. This card doesn't work. You see all A's with a bar over top of them on the screen. In the same motherboard, my original card works. So, and actually, there you go. In case anyone notices I've done something silly, there are no jumpers on that jumper block on either card. I think that's correct. And I even set the monitor switches the same, which for the CGA output shouldn't matter. But anyways, so this card works fine in the 386 board. No, it's not a tantalum short. This card worked fine. This card, the screen was full of A's with a bar on them. That screams addressing issue to me. Mike says, someone fix my Apple Extended Keyboard too, please. Well, as I mentioned to someone who asked me if I'd be willing to repair their 2SI, yeah, I might as well. Okay, the repair queue is full, as you might imagine, but generally, in order for me to volunteer to fix something, if anyone's wondering, I have to successfully fix that item first. So, yeah, no, I haven't successfully fixed an Apple Extended Keyboard 2 before. Otherwise, I would ask you for more details of what it's doing. But I have yet to be able to fix one myself that's broken, so I do have two that are not working that maybe someday I'll be able to fix. But anyways, all right, so let's see what the eBay seller replies back with. I'm wondering if Mike says, anyone know the proper fan speed for the iMac G4? I just replaced one, and it's 2700 RPM, but sounds a bit louder than the stock fan. I don't know what the original fan speed is. I don't think Apple ever documented it. Anyways, we'll see what the eBay seller replies back with on that card. Something's wrong with it. That's all I can tell you. I tested that Small Wonder card earlier in the stream. You can rewind it and see what it did. It looks like it's... I would think if there was a tantalum short on the board, then it would have probably caused my power supply to go into short circuit protection mode, because I was using a modern ATX power supply. It quite honestly was acting like the card wasn't clearing memory. Mike says, I also have a Mac 2SI that needs fixing also. I don't have a reference machine at minimum. It needs a total recap on the main board and power supply. Well, yeah, I have yet to successfully repair a 2SI. I think it's going to end up in Sloopy's hands. That might be a good... Because honestly, after I get my 2SI working, my opinion on that computer might change from... I'll take a crack at it to... I'm not ever working on another one again. All right, let me go grab a Mac for, Mike says, at least it will be retro booted. Yeah. All right, let's go grab a Mac that I can test these hard drives in to see if they work. Mr. Tech Gadget says, I fixed my 2SI. I bought another one. Oh, Mike says, retro brighted. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have bought 2 Mac 2SIs, and maybe we'll have one working at the end, because although unfortunately the motherboard that's closer to working has a lot of missing pads under the capacitors. Yeah, autocorrect does not like retro bright. I can tell you that. Autocorrect does not like me at all. The other day, I reset the dictionary on my iPhone because I got tired of it adding random words to the end of words randomly. And I thought it would correct the issue, and within a day, it did it again, so I realized it was not that. So, yeah. Mike says, the 2SI came for free with a $35 purchase for a fully working iMac DV600 graphite. I wish I only spent $35 on either of my 2SIs. In fact, one of the 2SIs, I have, it had a new bus card adapter in it, and I have determined that that adapter is also defective. Yeah. The FPU on it works, but the new bus slot does not. So, yeah, that first 2SI I bought is... I got a really bad deal on it, because the logic board in it seems like there's something really dead on it, and the new bus adapter was broken. So, although its case is in slightly nicer shape, so it may be the case. Yeah, it's a cursed logic board for sure. Alright, let me go grab a Mac that's got SCSI so we can test some SCSI drives. Because Mike says, I'm not a new bus guy. I start my Macintosh journey with the PowerPC Beige First Series. Well, I didn't necessarily need the new bus adapter. It was nice it had it. But not so nice now that I figured out it doesn't work. Although it is a nice way to have an FPU on a 2SI, because there's no spot on the logic board for an FPU. PowerMac 6100. That PowerMac 6100 might actually... Yeah, let me see which Mac I find first that's got SCSI and IDE on it. I would go grab I'd go upstairs and grab the G4, but it doesn't have SCSI, and I don't have a SCSI card for a PCI SCSI card that's compatible with Mac. So, all right. Of course, this is subject to me. There it's possible I might have a PC that's got SCSI on it that might also work. Just trying to remember what I did with my 6100. It's probably underneath of something else. Yep. Hold on. Someone's sending me a message. Oh. Oh, Discord just randomly now decided to send me a notification. What? No AirTag? Nope. Mike says, which is the Performa 460 or LC3 Plus, which is a 68030 with FPU coprocessor, much faster than the 2SI, but I like the 2SI form factor. Yeah, I don't have an AirTag on it. You know, I could just grab a... Yeah, that would almost be too convenient. Just grab an LC. That would at least let me test the SCSI drives. Alright, let me go grab a PowerMac. Alright. I'm blaming Spindler. I had a plastic piece fall off the case carrying it. I know it's getting late. And now I'm yawning because I got reminded how late it was. Alright, so this is my PowerMac 7500. Jack says I need to move my 7500 and I'm prepared for carnage. Yes, I think this SD card should let me do the following. Although I do need to... Oh. Although I do need to switch it to target mode. There we go. Alright, so there we go. I'm fairly sure this SD card is set up for this Mac and probably also has the extension on it for the accelerator card that's installed in it. So at least we'll have a little bit of acceleration. And I'm also realizing that my piles of drives on the bench is taking up precious, valuable space. All right, so this Mac, I don't believe it has IDE, but it has SCSI. So at least there's that. All right, it also does have the old school video out. Yep, it's 11 p.m. here. I usually go till midnight. I usually try not to start too much new stuff this late, but all right. So I'm going to tinker different because there's a nice thread on the settings for these dip switches. In fact, actually, I discovered and added another adapter to the thread. So next time the big bad biologist is streaming and says he doesn't know the settings for his adapter, they're on Tinker Different now. All right, so let me see here. Yep, all right. I want to set this to... I just want to set this to, like, the... hold on. I'm trying to set this adapter just to the, like, one of the multi-sync monitors. Oh, there we go. I think... Three, four, five, 8. 3, 4, 5, 8. 3, 4, 5, 8. Okay, there we go. Three, 4, 5, and 8. According to what I'm looking on the instructions, I think that's going to be a multi-sync, one of the multi-sync monitors. Which will let me change the resolution without having to reboot. All right, so there we go. Monitor adapter in. Blue SCSI's in. Now all I need is a keyboard. There we go. It's the world's cheapest Mac keyboard. Its key feel is awful, but at least it works. All right. There's only one ADB port on this Mac. All right, and let's see. I'm gonna make sure it works in 3, 2, 1. There we go. I apparently didn't hit the power button good enough the first time. All right. I think the computer is on. I have a power light. I have a blue SCSI light. Oh. Hold on. All right, let's try that again. There we go. Now we have a chime. The accelerator card had become slightly dislodged. Given where the speaker is, my microphone probably didn't pick it up. But we did have a chime. The second time. There we go. Look at that. Yes, I got a PowerLogic accelerator card in this computer. We got G3 power. Look at that. We got the little, yeah, oh yeah, I remember setting this up in the live stream. I set the Macintosh hard drive icon to the runabout. See here, I got some stuff installed on it. Yeah, there we go. About this computer, I got 48 megabytes of RAM. Because this computer takes weird RAM, so I only have 48 megabytes that works with it. Let's see, system profiler. I think I've got, like, I may have 4 megabytes of VRAM. Just all right, so we got ID3 and ID0 on the SCSI bus. There we go. Video. Millions of colors. All right, I think I have at least 2 megabytes of video RAM. I may have 4. I think Garth sent me a couple VRAM sims. Oh. Yeah, I forget my overlay gets in the way sometimes. There we go. Got the runabout. Let's see, I got speedometer, speed meter. All right, I do have Apple Drive set up. Adorable runabout icon, though. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like my... What OS did I install? 8.5. All right. So it does look like my PowerMac 7500 is working good. So let's... All right, let's shut down. Also, if anyone's wondering, I do have a battery installed in this Mac. All right, so I'm going to unplug to make sure I don't accidentally turn the system on. All right. Because I only have Apple hard drive set up on this computer at the moment, I am going to start with the Apple SCSI drive. Probably means I'm going to have to look up the jumper settings. All right, let me look up the jumper settings real quick. It is an IBM DPES 31080. Fortunately, they did not put the SCSI ID settings on the label. DPES 31080. That page is blocked by Bitdefender, so we're not even going to try that one. Let's see here. We'll go to this one. So it looks like one, open, closed, open. All right, I think this is set for ID 2 right now, which sounds like a good ID to start with because 0 and 3 are in use. So I'll plug in the SCSI cable. Let me fish out the power cable here. We'll plug in some power. All right, and there we go. All right. I think I got table 3, 2, 1. All right, we have a chime. I hear the hard drive spinning up. It sounds good. And I probably have a... Oh. Either I have a SCSI ID mismatch. Ah. No. This is not a SCSI ID mismatch. This is a... The jumpers aren't clearly labeled on the bottom of the drive, and I know exactly what the problem is. The drive is not set for ID 2 with no termination. It is set for ID 0 with termination. Therefore, the blue SCSI is not accessible right now, so I'm going to move the jumper there, and now I believe this hard drive is jumpered for ID 2 with no termination. There we go. Luckily, I thought to look at the jumper settings to realize that, no, I didn't bork my blue SCSI. I had a doubly terminated bus. There's no way the blue SCSI would be able to communicate through another set of terminators. Sometimes you can have too well of a terminated SCSI bus. Thomas Armstrong says heavy bus. All right, so my Macintosh hard drive icon moved. All right. So all right. There's our blue SCSI. There's our CD-ROM drive. There's our other hard drive. And we are going to Oh, it didn't matter. All right, yeah, we're going to initialize. Actually, custom setup. Yeah, that's fine. One partition. Oh, there we go. Can we test the disk? Well, there we go. I don't know how long it'll take, but we'll scan my 1 gigabyte SCSI drive for errors. And if it works, then I have a nice SCSI drive for some special Macintosh. Could be tempting to put a large hard drive in the SE30. Maybe the Quadra 700 would be a nice computer to give actual spinning rust to. One gigabyte in a Quadra 700? That would be pretty nice. Jack says, large drive plus 128 megabytes of RAM. Oh, I'm only putting 32 megabytes of RAM in my SE30. That I pretty much decided on. I'm not trying to upgrade it to the hilt. One gigabyte drive, though. Hardware Hacker says I need to check out my SE Super Drive. Jack says, lol, 32 megabytes is plenty for an SE30. But 128 megabytes is fun because you can, yep. Jesse says, but Trina says those spinning rust drives are time bombs. Well, I have plenty of time bombs down in my basement then. I love the sound of spinning rust in the evening. Some people are like, get rid of those spinning rust drives, they're just going to crash. I'm of the opinion of, use them while they work. Because there's just something about the sounds of a real hard drive. Which is kind of along the lines of something that I would consider is in the initial stages of planning. So, yeah, Hardware Hacker says lol, but back up frequently. Yeah, I'm not going to have any irreplaceable data on vintage computers that I don't have backed up. Because Joe says, we all know Justin likes self-flagellation, so there's no surprise he likes old hard drives. Well, here's the thing. I've burned up SD cards in blue SCSIs from overuse. Although, if you ask me, I wasn't overusing them. So, it's not like an SD card is the be-all, end-all of retro computing. They fail too. And in fact, I even tried buying cards that I thought were rated for more of the workload of a blue SCSI than like just your cheapo card, and they fail. So it's not like the SD card is necessarily going to last any longer than a hard drive. Although, I will give you this, using a blue SCSI with an SD card does make it easier to back up the entire hard drive. I will give you that. No arguments. Yeah, Joe says I can back up my images by copy-paste, though. Yep. Jesse says I have systems that can't take modern-day SSD solutions. Yep. Anyways, I still use hard drives. I know they will eventually wear out and crash. But until then, I like the sound. I like the feels. You're not going to convince me that you don't feel the little the feels of the hard drive through the desk. It's just something about it. It's the nostalgia. But yeah, there's totally computers I have Blue SCSIs in just because I don't have enough hard drives for everything. So it's not like I'm against Blue SCSI. In fact, I have a box of like somewhere between 5 and 10 Blue SCSIs to put in computers. So I'm not in team anti-Blue SCSI, but I am on team use the hard drives while you got them and they work. Hardware Hacker says, I know exactly what you're talking about and agree. Yep. It's just like when someone buys something that's sealed and they're asking everyone, well, should I open it? And I'm like, well, if you want to use it, then by all means open it. If your intention was to buy it to collect it, then don't open it. But I buy things that are sealed that are vintage because I'm going to open them and use them. Because, quite honestly, a lot of this stuff was made in such quantities that even if it's 20, 30 years old, there's still plenty of it out there floating around that's sealed that it's still not worth the significant amount. Maybe not so much the 30-year-old stuff, but there's certainly enough 20-year-old stuff that is still sealed and was made in such quantities that it's not collector levels yet. So maybe in another 20 years will I regret opening some of this sealed stuff? Yeah, probably. But it's not like I've not regretted other things too, so Hardware Hacker says open to archive. Jesse says, my dash cam blew through 4 SD cards, all name brand cards too. Yeah. Jack says, we need to make a Blue SCSI add-on that makes it sound like a stepper motor hard drive. Yeah, there is a Blue SCSI add-on that makes it make clicking noises, but there's something also about the spinning discs that having a relay making clacking noises doesn't replicate the feel of the spinning discs and the sound of the spinning discs and the whine of the spinning discs. Yeah, I think K-Koba makes one. I forget what it's called right offhand. All right, I'm trying to... all right, while we wait for this bad block scan to run, I am going to see if I've got a... I think somewhere on my computer I have a Blue SCSI image that I can throw on this SD card fairly quickly that has some other utilities on it. Because although this Apple drive setup will totally be happy with, the version of hard drive setup I have on this computer will not like this other SCSI hard drive because it is not an Apple one. So I'm going to see if I have... I think I've got a hard drive image, though, that's got... some other program on it. Oh, well, there's spin right. That's not going to work. Let's see here. Yep, I think you found it, Hardware Hacker. Yep, yep, I think that's it. Or at least that is one of them. I'll put it that way. I'm not going to say that there's only one, but that is the one I remember about. Yes, I'm hyper-focused looking for the hard drive image that I think I have on this computer. Or I thought I had on this computer. Oh, you know... Oh, you know, it might actually be on my NAS. Let me check my NAS. Jack says, alternatively, we could add a MIDI port to the Blue SCSI and have it make noises using MIDI instruments. Paging 1 bit. Paging 1 bit. We have a quite fantastically complex and possibly, in reality, awful idea with MIDI. Yeah, Michael's going to be like, yeah, I'd rather program playing MIDI on an OPL3 using assembly language. Yeah, we'll have to get right on letting Eric Helgeson know about our idea of the MIDI port on a Blue SCSI so we can have it play random instruments. Yeah, that could be really cool, because then if it doesn't detect your SD card, maybe it could play a wah, 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 wah. Thomas Armstrong says, it is okay. Yeah, I think this hard drive is okay, despite being put in a, Jack says, the April Fool's version of the firmware. Alright, so let's see here. Alright, hopefully I am not doing something mean to myself. I am copying a file from my NAS to this computer. Alright, it does not look like I am trashing my bandwidth to this computer. Probably because it's a compressed file on my NAS, so I am not able to saturate the network. But yeah, I've been streaming before and started copying things that were able to copy full speed, and yeah, it kind of starves out OBS. Whoop. We risked it there at the end, but it finished unzipping, so... Alright, so I've got the image. I can put it on this SD card once this finishes running. And I believe it's got another SCSI... I think it's got, like, SCSI Director or something like that on it. So we can test the other SCSI hard drive, and that'll probably be where we end for tonight. Yeah, we'll have to... I guess we'll have to test the G4 Thursday. Let's face it, I wanted to go through the scrap pile and see if I had my $10 worth of scrap, and I think the answer is a resounding yes. Okay, so the accelerator card needs some repairs, but hey. It looks like it could be very easy repairs. I just have to be in the mood for soldering something that small. But quite honestly, a accelerator card that's got a shot at being repairable, a Apple Extended Keyboard 2 to give me parts to repair one, a 1 gigabyte hard drive that looks like it is totally working, and then possibly another hard drive that's totally working. Well, that right there is probably definitely more than $10 worth. And then I got a few IDE drives I'll have to test, but and not only that, the cables, and then there's the the Bondi Blue keyboard that I'll be able to hopefully be able to repair. Quite honestly, I think the winner of that Facebook Marketplace deal may have been the scrap boards that I didn't know about when I left to go there. Yeah, this new drive needs a custom icon. I think I've got the custom icons on this other image. Oh, let me set the Oh, uh-oh. I need to find my little teeny tiny resistors. Yeah, the Seagate hard drive doesn't have any. Oh, that's what I'll do. I'll borrow the jumper from the IBM hard drive. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, actually, I just realized. Oh, no. Okay, there are some bent pins on the Seagate drive, but we're good. 1, 2, 3. So this Seagate drive is jumpered for termination power from bus. Ah, okay. Yeah, I might need to find a jumper here. Disk check completed, no problems found. Awesome! Alright, so let's shut down. So I can swipe the SD card. Yep, it's looking like that is some happy rust. Since it's an Apple branded hard drive, I will probably reserve it for a Mac. Ooh, there's an idea. I might put it in my LC475. That might be a nice Mac to put it in. Oh, please, I dropped my SD card reader and I don't see where it fell to. Oh, there it is. There we go. All right, so let me copy this image to the card really quickly. And while I do that, let me see if I can find my little bag of jumpers. Well, that is a bag of jumpers, but not the bag I'm looking for. Oh, there they are. Found them. Thomas Armstrong says that'll make it a 476 plus. Well, I'm not going to overclock my 475, but I'll give it a gigabyte hard drive. Oh, also, Thomas, I'm working on a video on it, but I think you might recognize this. I haven't been able to test it yet because for lack of the correct power adapter, but I did finally manage to get all the components and put it together. Alright, so I'm going to put a jumper onto the what I believe is for ID2, and I'm going to try to not drop it. I hear the narrator now saying, and he managed to drop it, but no, I did not. There we go. The Seagate drive should be jumpered for ID2 now. If anyone's wondering what that was, it was open source MCS48 microcontroller programmer that uses an Arduino Mega. But it has a fairly strict power requirement. You have to power it up with a 12-volt power adapter. Because it takes the 12-volt power and boosts it up to like 21.5 volts for the programming voltage. So the instructions very clearly tell you to use a 12-volt power adapter to power your Mega. And I put it together, I go to test it, and what do I have? I have a 9-volt power adapter that I thought was a 12-volt power adapter. And I could not find my 12-volt power adapter. So now I have a 12-volt power adapter just for that programmer. Jack says the custom Apple EEPROM has a self-destruct mechanism if it detects being plugged into a PC. Funny. Alright, apps and games. I think Garth put it under fun. Or maybe this is Gutbomb's. I forget if this is Garth or Gutbomb's collection. Let's see here. Installers and stuff. Somewhere there's icons. Multimedia and docs. Oh, there we go. Icons. Let's see here. Star Trek Starships. TNG. Command I. Command C. Command I. Command V. Oh, the G key on this keyboard is broken. Alright, well, fine. There we go. It's a Borg. Borg cube. I don't know where the icons are available separately. I am not the person that put that image together. Alright, but our IBM drive is tested and working. Yay. Oh, yeah, they're probably on the Macintosh Garden. Good point, Jack. Yes, they're probably on the Garden. Yeah, but as Jack says, though, the search is kind of fussy. I would recommend not making sure you have an old tab open to the garden. Because I've had trouble searching when I have an old tab open. Good night, Joe. Thanks for joining us. Oh, yeah, I got a Potato Pie Blue Scuzzy bracket. I got a bunch of them. I think I printed one for all of my Blue Scuzzies. Because they're... Quite honestly, they make it the easiest to mount Blue Scuzzies in just about anywhere where a hard drive will mount. And they're rugged, too. You could probably drop them off a small building and they'd survive. Subject to whichever plastic you print it in, but... Oh, hi, Sloopy. Welcome. All right, so we got, oh, we have an untitled hard drive. Interesting. Oh, interesting. All right, well, I'm not going to feel bad when I just wipe that drive with something like Scuzzy Director Pro 4. There we go. There's our Seagate 1 gigabyte drive. And we are going to partition it. Yes, I want to destroy them. Yep. All right, and now we're going to format the drive. Yep. And we want to verify it. Very nice. Apparently, Transoft is the world leader in SCSI technology. Or at least they were. I don't know if they're still around. Also possible I'm doing this out of order. Maybe I was supposed to format and then partition. I haven't... Hardware Hacker says, I haven't seen that spinning globe in quite some time. Yeah, that brings back memories. I don't know what else they did, but seemingly they did something. Let's look it up on the interwebs. Then again, maybe they were a one-trick pony. Actually, they might still be in business if this is them. Wow, that would be quite the direction change if this is them. There is a Transoft Solutions, and they are in a completely different market space. So this may not be the same company, but if they are, they do aviation, civil and transportation, and safety and operations software now. I don't know. Oh, no. That's a different... I think it's a different company. Because their About page says, in 1991, our founder helped revolutionize the transportation engineering industry. And it doesn't go on to say, by creating the world leader SCSI technology software. So, yeah, it must be a different company. All right. Something tells me they probably got sold to some other software company. Yeah, I can't really find anything on that particular company. It's like they may have... Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Here's a website that has trademark information. So Transoft filed September 4th, 1992. Vertical market software for the real estate industry? Maybe they're into real estate software now. But it's apparently the same Transoft because they filed for the trademark SCSI director in 93. And they abandoned that trademark in 94. Wow, that wasn't a very long, all right. Oh, let me look up the trademark Transoft Corporation. All right. Oh. Transoft Corporation, they canceled their trademark in 2014. So, apparently they are no longer in business, but it looks like before they went out of business, they were doing software for the real estate industry for use in investment analysis, property management, and contact management, business management software for use in accounting, word processing, scheduling, and contact management, hard drive formatting and utility software, small computer system interface hardware, and instructional manuals. Wow, that's quite the industry they were in. Yeah, but apparently they went out of, they canceled their trademark in 2014, which probably means either they went out of business or they were purchased by some other company that I can't find an article on, and that company decided to discontinue the trademark. But there's seemingly no information on this Transoft. So, yeah, whatever happened to them, they just kind of somehow disappeared from the internet. Although, you know, there is another theory. Yeah, that maybe someone kept the trademark in the hopes they could get into some software industry. Maybe they weren't actually in some of those industries. Oh, we're still formatting. Yeah, this format's taking a lot longer. It could be verifying as it formats. It's also possible I got tricked into doing a low-level format. Maybe this is why they went out of business. Their format was 400% slower than Apple's. someone took one look at the screen and says, "No, you're not the world leader in SCSI technology. Why does it take so long to format my hard drive?" Jack says, no, this is world-leading SCSI technology. It's also possible the hard drive's got bad sectors and I just can't hear it click. I do have a fan running to the one side and... Oh, the eBay seller of that video card sent me another message. I saw the pop-up. The eBay seller is trying to tell me that it's an EGA card. All right, let's see here. Okay, I I'm trying to figure out how to word this reply to the eBay seller because they are trying to tell me it's an EGA card. The reply is, right, it's an EGA card, though I'd refer to online resources to figure out the jumpers because the CGA card isn't going to have the same jumper cables as an EGA card. I'm going to tell them I'm referring to my other ATI Small Wonder card. Yeah. Referring to my other ATI Small Wonder card to set the dip switches. In the same PC, that card works, but this one only displays and Apple's going to make me really work for that. All right, in the same PC. All right, in the same PC with the same settings on both cards. My original card works. But this one only displays all right. All right, I figured out the way to reply without throwing back the "no, I know what I'm talking about" response. I referred to my other ATI Small Wonder card to set the dip switches in the same PC with the same settings on both cards. My original card works, but this one only displays A with the bar over it characters. Yeah, this is a slow format. It's only a 1 gigabyte drive. Jack says, this is a finely crafted, artisanal, low-level format. Yeah, seriously. I hope the Seagate hard drive works as slow as it's taking to format. Although my Apple 1 gigabyte hard drive does work. So I'll just have to find a special Mac to put it in. I mean, I seriously might put it in my LC475. That actually might not be a bad computer to put it in. Bruce says, maybe give Hard Disk Toolkit a go next time. I'll have to see if I have Hard Disk Toolkit on this drive. I picked the first SCSI software that I found on it, and that was SCSI Director, and that was probably a mistake. At this point, I'm going to let it finish, because... And hi, Bruce. If I didn't say hi before. Yeah, I'm just going to let this finish, because it's nearly done. I mean, take your time, SCSI Director. It's not like I have to go to work tomorrow or anything like that. Oh, wait. I do have to go to work tomorrow. Hurry up! Or actually, I do have to go to work later today. Hurry up! I just realized. 12:04 a.m. Don't let the clock on my Mac fool you. I think the last time I used it, it was before the time changed. Yeah, it would have been last... Actually, I probably haven't used it since I... Oh, Marcintosh, probably. That would do it. Yeah, totally next time I'll see if I don't have hard disk toolkit or whatever. Yeah, I'll check this image. let's see. So we looked over the scrap parts, started testing them. The Packard Bell that I bought on eBay. The oh yep, the Nintendo 64, the Cisco power adapter that's broken. So it looks like I won't be making a new power adapter for my Atari 520 ST this week. Oh look, we're almost done. Almost there. Now I think I see why this company went to real estate software. Building buildings is slower than formatting hard drives. Harder Hacker says the APS Power Tools app works nicely. Oh, wait a minute, I just noticed something. Oh, that's cool. This IBM hard drive has windows on it, so you can see the platters inside the drive. I just noticed that. That's neat. Also, I think it's got a window so you can see the head assembly, too. The reason I didn't notice it is because their windows are dark red. Huh. Probably there for debugging. Yeah. Bruce says, I don't care what anyone says, progress bars make good viewing. Well, I guess at least if they're going to scroll through the video, they've got a progress bar to wait for it to finish. But they'd miss all the banter that happens during the progress bar. So you're right, Bruce. Jack says, it's laying the foundation for your hard drive, though. Oh, Hardware Hacker says, I think in this case you mean the reverse. Building buildings is quicker than this. Yeah, no, seriously. I think there was like an Amish group that went to North Carolina to do hurricane relief. And I want to say there was one group that like built a house in a day or something like that. Oh, and now it's verifying. All right. Well, we're in it to see that this drive works or not. I might have also missed up parts of the news story, but yeah, they almost built that house faster than this program formatted that hard drive, comparatively speaking. Jack says, "Oh, now it has an ETA." Yeah, I know, seriously. Not only that, but it's also giving us a percentage, too. And it's entertaining us with numbers, says Jack. Yeah, I know. It's like, surely you knew some of these numbers during the format that you could have given us these lovely numbers. Hardware Hacker says it was low level. It must have been. I didn't mean to low level format it, but then again, I mean, oh well. I mean, of all the hard drives I accidentally low level format, the Seagate hard drive that has refurb stickers on it, meaning that it was refurbished by Seagate at some point. Well, I guess if I'm gonna, I'm presuming that since the drive did low level format, that the drive supported the operation. Harder Hacker says, yeah, wow. A progress bar percentage and time remaining. Fancy. I'm wondering if it was like showing a bar and maybe it was only showing a bar with no data because maybe the drive was only giving it a percentage or something. But now that it's verifying the drive, it's probably verifying it so it knows how many sectors are on the drive. Yeah, we're in it to finish it at this point. It's 2 minutes left. Then we'll draw the stream to a close. Yeah, I'm going to call my scrap picking a success because, quite honestly, 2 working hard drives is worth $10 to me for sure. Even 1 working hard drive is worth $10. Now, would I necessarily trust someone I've not met to list a hard drive and say, oh yeah, I tested it, works good? Man, I don't know. But, well, I saw it with my own eyes. It checked okay with Apple hard disk setup, so... Yeah, the IBM drive has an Apple logo on it, so I knew it would be happy with that one. Yeah, Harder Hacker says, and all those... Oh, yeah, I forgot. All those scuzzy Terminators, that was definitely worth $10 there. Jack says, I just opened my 7500 without breaking any plastic. Oh, I think I know what plastic piece that fell on the floor. It was the broken remains of the power button. I'd need to 3D print a new power button for this 7500. Granted, I need a new sticker for the case that says 7500 because someone put a 7200 lid on it, but it's clearly not a 7200. Before you go, can you show us the window in the drive? Yep, I will try to show you the windows in the drive. Okay, fair enough. I will show you those windows in the drive as best as I can. I don't know how well they'll show up. I don't know how well you might be able to see in them, but I will certainly show you. Oh, there we go. Formatting was successful. I would certainly hope so. All right, so did it actually mount? I don't see it. All right, let's try restarting. It did say to restart if it didn't mount. All right, we'll restart. Hopefully it'll mount. Yeah, I tried mounting it with SCSI Director, and it gave me a message that said that if it doesn't mount, restart, and it didn't actually mount it, so I restarted. Of course, maybe that's a sign this drive actually doesn't work. Oh, interesting. Oh, well, that would be why it didn't mount. It's, Oh, well, that would explain why it didn't mount. It didn't actually have a file system on it. Okay. Well, I did partition it, but apparently, yeah, it wasn't initialized. So I guess when it mounted it, Finder didn't give me a format dialog box. All right, let's, before we go, the one other thing I'm going to do, all right, was it down here? No, it wasn't in that one. It was in the multimedia. All right, icons. All right. Star Trek Starships. Let me see here. TNG. It's a Seagate drive. What is a... Oh, there we go. But that's not what I wanted to do. All right, get info. I'm going to give it a Warbird because Seagate made hard drives that had the name of birds. Like, for example, the Hawk drive was a Seagate drive. Whoop. Actually just wanted to get info, not open it. So therefore, there we go. To fit the theme. Oh, the G key on this keyboard's broken, so I can't actually call the drive Seagate. There we go. Yeah, the Romulan Warbird. To fit the theme of my Star Trek icons. All right. So there we go. Jack says Barracuda wasn't a bird. Well, this wasn't, Jack, this isn't a Barracuda hard drive, though. It's a Hawk hard drive. That's why I was thinking Hawk, because this actually is a Seagate Hawk drive. And, yeah, Barracuda's a fish. Yep, I know. But there's that window in the side of that drive. But wait, there's actually a window on this side of the drive too. I think that one's probably for the head assembly. Because I can't see anything in it now, but the heads are probably in the landing zone. Jack says medalist is, who knows? Yeah, could be first, could be last, could be disqualified. Well, I guess disqualified isn't a medalist. Yeah, could be gold, could be silver, could be bronze. Anyways, Bruce says, I have a couple of drives with the little red window. Hardware Hacker says, the heads are parked in the docking bay. Yep. All right. So I think with that, I'm going to draw this stream to a close. So don't forget to smash that like button if you like it when I spend minimal marketplace dollars to get maximal scrap. Yeah, 12 by 12 by 12 box of scrap. And we've got some winners already, so yay. Subscribe and turn on notifications so you know when I go live next. So Thursday, if my order from Mauser comes in, I'm going to look at the 2SI again. Yeah, I will not waste time with SCSI Director Pro next time. I'll pick a different program. So I think I'm going to look at the 2SI again on Thursday because I did get my Console 5 order in, so I have a cap kit for the logic board, but I ordered a part from Mauser for that logic board. And we'll leave the surprise till Thursday. We'll just say that in an interesting twist of events, I ordered something that I wouldn't normally order for a computer, at least not the first version of one I have, but it's a 2SI. I, at this point, really not caring about it. No, don't worry. It's nothing that'll break it. It's just an uncharacteristic upgrade for me for item number 1 of something. But anyways, hopefully that order will come in, and then maybe we'll get that logic board recapped. I also did order transistors. That was the other thing, because there were several transistors on that logic board that had craters in them. So I ordered surface mount transistors of both types that are on the board. I think I ordered diodes just in case. And I think there was one other surface mount part that's peppered around the board that's, I was afraid might have, if something caused the transistors to blow, I was like, well, maybe the diodes could be bad too. Because the one thing about that logic board is I can't use a ROM sim. If I try to boot with a ROM sim, it doesn't start to boot. So there is some damage somewhere between the last sim slot and the ROM sim. Oh, I also did order 74 ALS 245s. Because I think one of them's bad on that board. So I will hopefully have parts to try to fix it. I did not order resistor packs because I will steal them off the other 2SI board if I fix problems by... If I fix the board to where the resistor packs are the last remaining problem, I will swipe them off the other 2SI board. Because I don't think I'm going to get both boards working. Because I think... Okay, it's possible the bus transceivers are bad on it. So if I do get to the point where I have 2 working boards, I will order more resistor packs to replace the one for the serial port. But if I get to the point where I have the one working, I'll steal one off the other board. Because that would only affect the serial port. So anyways, I decided to just order without ordering that. So at least I had the transistors and the diodes and the bus transceivers and the mystery part. And I think there might be something for another project that was in my cart too. So kind of one of those. Yep, I placed the order. So anyways, if that comes in by Thursday, then we'll look at the 2SI. I think my Nintendo 64 power adapter will be in by Thursday, so we'll be able to actually try to test that regret. And then next week, we will... actually, we may briefly test the PowerMac G4 at the beginning of Thursday's stream as well. So, with that, I'd like to thank you all for joining me tonight. Hanging out in the chat, being cool. Hardware Hacker says, I almost bought an Apple IIe for $100. Ooh, nice. Yeah. The moral support while I tested scrap. So with that, I'd like to wish you all... Oh, at the... Hardware Hacker says MIT Swap Fest. All right, good night, Callan. Yeah, fun stream, yes. So anyways, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Hope to see you here next time. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.